Define your genetic structure. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Deadeye, mercenary. Deadeye. Commando. Psy-freak. Saboteur. Sentinel. Mercenary. Deadeye. Deadeye chosen. Sounds good. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice, a reflection of your key, the primal energy that flows through everything.
introduce myself. I'm the light and bright side of you, or your inner voice to be precise, an echo of balance and consequence of your actions as you move forward.
That's right. Light is only for those having difficulty seeing what's in front of them. Sticking to the me first path is the only way we'll be going places.
I'm surprised at the change of heart. I believe in putting yourself aside to help others, but helping the dark side is not that, you know.
You can't fight who you really are. The blood is obviously running red in our veins.
You're trying to keep us in the dark here, but you know it's blue blood in our veins and what it means. We have responsibilities. You can't fight the truth.
Right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the tree of life started to die. Flash the slash. A ladder would be better. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death. But some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Might want to fall back. Nice shot. An emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress, blobs that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. One hand after the other. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Lockety-locked. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and, without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right. But no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. Now you understand better. Encode your DNA. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a mercenary, Deadeye, Commando, Psy-Freak, Mercenary, Mercenary chosen. That'll work. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're all ready, but for you, it's not
Let me introduce myself.
Seems more like you're being
But what comes
in your nature.
natural selection?
right is always right. Stories of death and the bodies left behind, a reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family, or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The Predator isn't the... Chop it up. Oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death, but some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. At least you're not coming out of this empty-handed. Hack and slash. placed. Sharp steel. You're fading. Look, an emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morks produce sharp. Almost there. Cutting edge. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. Just a few moves left. Make them count. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Making great progress. Carving it out. Make that one dead. The deep cut. That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives. He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why. He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up. He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed. There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true. The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad. The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past. How Lupa Lupin somehow left you alive after his raid on the old village. He must have had a purpose with that. The question is, what? There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Lupa Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end. He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back. but he's grateful you have.
Iatu Yao Mawa.
It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land.
Auketo tul atu Iamangau.
The impending threat of the World Eaters bringing down the Tree of Life is ever so close. He also worries about the Jagni tribe that's actively working for a doomsday and purging of the world. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. Asks if you were tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Muma knows you are here. You're such a good child, so you probably did. Even the young forget. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here, fueling its source of life. Magic? He claims it's just the force of life, the existence of energy, powering and connecting. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one. You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's key energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. The small tree you saw up there where you met will eventually grow into a tree of life and start giving back to nature. It'll be the You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the nono as they... You'll need a net to catch the nono, and he... He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the pensai tree. Oh, But today, your focus is getting this... Now that you've seen the nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, from this day on, he'll make nurturing the pensai into a One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your... You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes... He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a... He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the tree of life, but now...
Wherefore, whereway?
The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't... Records tell of the ruinous devastation the Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land. The apocalypse sparked a re-evolution, the second coming, and our lineage. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the Merc Puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Midget and is preparing to take on the Hoof Puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast.
Wherefore, whereway?
Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friend... He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. His friends have prepared some... Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the... You're getting the hang of it. quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Flex those arms. Watch out for you. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life... He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not. He's grateful for that. You still seem to have a...
That's a spark of light in you!
What's there to like about light? It hurts to look at.
Not as much as it hurts to look at you.
Always making this personal.
And you're always trying to pretend it's not.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important. Out of Date says you will make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe. The Myriad tribe is likely to be a good match as they act on the understanding of the greater... Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way. Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side. He believes the tribe Sifus, Myriad especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part. He can sense you share Myriad's view on the world. The Myriad would... Out of Date will... Regard... Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Says you're not the only one that wants an audience with the Sifu, but you've come just in time for the public audience day.
Sibi? Lappanen aginkanman. Geradna fal hutut mustugai la wute.
The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and saving the Tree of Life is the only way to make the world a better place.
Hello?
He welcomes you to the Myriad Fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. But he was hoping you'd show up. The news of a vigilante Ronin on crusade crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 has preceded you. He heard you took out-of-date side against the scavengers in Bunker 101. It seems you believe in helping your next, and that's something you have in common. He's convinced you've returned for a reason, and is glad you chose. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you. The Sifu says sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him a lot. He was one of the original Wang Fu disciples. Your Muma invented Wang Fu. Originally, it consisted of unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land, and the
Follow Matati, Horote Nat.
Myriad wants unity between the tribes. Their goal is understanding of the greater good, and if you believe there's some good in everyone, there's still hope for tomorrow. You'll unite the tribes and defeat the World Eaters to save the Tree of Life.
Horote Nat.
He was hoping you'd join them. You understand that there's no harm in doing good to others.
Herim denken alvesse ane, waka losada. Yala fole.
The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can unite the other tribes. The one you should coerce first is the Jagni tribe.
Garan wolf er mat game. By the frame, all the goose are gonna have echt.
The Myriad were placed here to fulfill a certain purpose.
Herim denken alvesse ane, by the frame, what?
Their kin have run out of options and found themselves backed into a corner. Even those who desire peace have been forced to prepare for war.
What?
You need to take the struggle to the enemy, or the enemy will bring it to you. When he wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wung Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. You both have gentle minds, so they want to wage a gentle war. A war that bonds as much as it breaks. Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield. Once you've dealt with the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu to unite their tribe with yours and let your kin share land again. You were all part of the same tribe once. Seeing you brings back... Myriad wants unity between the tribes. He remembers your kind and unselfish soul, and can sense you still have... Anyway, the memories you make with your family are strong, and can sometimes come to life. Passing the old village on your way to the first right... He can't blame you for not remembering, but he can sense the stillness of some... Hopes you're having a good day. It's what you... Wish... Let's see. Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Slashing dash. You're injured. Got more than a flesh wound. What a blow! Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. It's becoming terminal. What a... Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Middle-lifed. Right in the face. Close encounter. had better days. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Then he wants you to know that if you find yourself going through bad times, you should. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. He understands Wang Fu is hard. That's why your Muma only has 6 disciples, doing just one thing. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Why not? There's no better time to do what needs to be done. He says, that wasn't too bad, was it? Way to go. Don't let the sound of the... But you need practice. Lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. You can never. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something.
Kalino?
You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. You know you can't make up for lost time. You should know, practice makes perfect. As long as it doesn't kill you, it'll only make... She'll see you at the village square. She says that's good. With a passion for learning... Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind. Asks how you're feeling today. Being nice comes easy for him. That doesn't make it less important. He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on. He thinks you're truly a kidling of your environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. He wonders what usefulness you found. He says every little thing counts. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. That's the spirit. You can't make a difference He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found... You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He understands, but hopes you... He thinks mastering the 6 weapon styles of Wang Fu is more than... He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience. You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square. Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone. She won't live forever, you know that. But she intends to make the most of every day she gets. You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her. Then start by meeting her on the village square and take it from there. She knows you're a free spirit. They look determined. Better watch out. He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going. He says that it's not too late for you to turn back. There's no way they'll let you pass. He wants to know who you think you are. He says you're right. Nobody can tell him what he can and can't. She asks if you're hurt. What happened? She says it's nice of you to consider them, but they have weapon training at sunrise tomorrow, so they'll need all... The most important thing is that you're okay. It's time to focus on your training now.
Tropalo. Ben nampusa.
You won't need excuses if you are strong in your conviction. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best. Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're feeling. Training with Muma will make you feel better. He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training. He'll talk to her, sure, but you know she wants you to accept responsibility for your own actions and future. He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can... He's curious to see what you found. He's all for renewal and has even considered making the trip out into the wilds to look for a bionucleus pool and refresh his... He can work wonders with pretty much anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. Says at least dirty hands are proof that you tried, and that counts. That you failed this time doesn't mean you can't succeed. He says it's about time you learned how and offers to teach you. The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you. He knows she's already proud of you, and you should take it with you, wear it to practice. He thinks you should. She'll be proud of you. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll... Your Muma says it's about time you got here. Hopes you're as ready. She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left. But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back. Wants you to prove that with some... Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you. Thanks. Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo. You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it. That's why you should be sure to... Achi.
Ritsentende.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Inadobsunka.
Figuring that out,
Ferena masalapu. Kanoruta.
a piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication.
Pialtuma.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Ferena masalapu.
Says it's not a record keeper, more like a companion.
Asana yotutupu.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Pialtuma.
She's so happy you made them. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Lupa Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Antoro. Kensi. Temonu.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Narulute.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming.
Aplitonuta. Nyadaldu.
There's nowhere to run to this time. The time has come.
Pendnampusa. Aplitonuta. Huri kumbalamuma.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was...
Kanamunt.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. History has finally caught up with her.
Urasa tutut. Kanyalanadoro.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about you while she fights. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on. What can't you take? You've got everything you need to make something special. Step back, world. The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet. They couldn't keep it down. Fluff hulk's on the loose. Half your health. They couldn't keep it down. Fluffhulk's on the loose. Slicing dice. Made it count. You gave them no choice but to take it down, even though they'd planned to take the Fluffhulk out to the Farfnacky leaves and let it go. They've received news a Ronin had strengthened their ranks and were looking... A group of myriad crusaders already headed out to Jagni's... You should hurry there and help them best the outpost. Not really. It's west of Bricktown. You can spot... Look, an emergency box from the old... Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Toxanol was something called a corporate juggernaut, and our world still bears the marks of the massive ecological catastrophes they inflicted upon the land. The apocalypse they caused was the end of days for their world, but for us, it was simply a beginning. Pick your path carefully by whatever you can see. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? Graceful. You're fresh out of key energy. Now that's a flesh wound. You always find good use for things like that. Chop, chop. Hurt him. Running low. Finding things both here and there. That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Well, small ones. There must be a track somewhere. Such a dark night. Let's see. A stylish cover for your brains. You found the track! Amazing it wasn't destroyed. So much of this place was just discarded. Lucky the track somehow. When Toxanol abandoned the place, it fell apart fast. Not too many like living in a... The tracks moved on from... Looks like the Fry Sparker's knobs need to be in sync if you want to get the hardware working. Just a few moves left. Make them count. It's not the fry sparker that's the problem, it's what's put into it. Get the knobs in sync to make the hardware work. It's a fry sparker mindset. Boom, you got something. It's not exactly what you wanted, but you got it right away. Might keep you dry at least. Smart to protect your melon. That's for someone a little bit more advanced. We are lonesome animals that spend all our life trying to be less lonesome. Might keep you from taking one to the knee. A flush stool from... Seems like the tighteners on the piping need to be unturned correctly to drain the flush stool. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's what you could call a wet disaster. You need to unturn the pipe tighteners to drain the flush stool. That's the kind of trouble you really want to wash away. You found the whereabouts, the deepest, darkest forest in the land, sometimes hard to see for all the trees. On the ropes. easy to get lost here. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. It's the chug yard. Need the right key? That's an improvement. That's a Jagni tribe outpost. That's going to leave a mark. wiped out. Daytime is the best time to get things done. Scrapalicious. Should have gone for a bigger size. Mercadorpa's outpost, a Jagni tribe stronghold. Let's see.
Libuma, limana, olirakta, nomsaka.
Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the rival captain. Clarifies that rigging the odds in your favor in preparation of the takeover is one thing, but collateral damage is another. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. Spot wrecked it. That twirly wheel works that drain pipe. Spin the twirly wheel and open that drain. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Everything's clocking together. Something has to be able to open this lock. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper. They never lost hope you'd come, but won't hesitate to carve out some revenge on those... A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red rail. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Timber. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and watch it kaboom. You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
Gela wal.
Says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Figures the honor belongs to the tribe. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're... He had a feeling you'd get along with the Myriad tribe. You seem to share the same values as the Myriad tribe. You both have the same optimistic outlook on life. But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's forebodings are justified. The jumbo puff needs to be taken care of. Gizmo is working on making... He knows things that you need to know. The rival tribe still has 2 outposts left. Thinks it's time for you to find Wiz. If you need an octopod, he's... Wishes you goodbye. He knows things that you... Says you're... Shines on about how the Jagni can't...
Kayupi.
The vendor says you can browse his goods.
Kayuyelunuya. Tulu.
A bargain. There's news of a Ronin joining the tribe. That must be you. Let's see. That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupa-Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. There's a lot on the line here. Nice. Some bark wood scrap for you. The board mainly has posts from those that used to work at the chug yard back in the days gone. They don't make much sense these days. Not much more to say about the board, but Gizmo is holed up in the underyard here working. The Toxanol Corporation used to run... They can carry... You're on the right track. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you. Tribes always scavenging for scrap, and the yard has plenty to go around. But they should have stuck to looting instead of playing around with sprockets. Bomper Bonkers busy ram-banging the door. This is your chance. Bullets everywhere. Person. Chop, chop. You're in pain. Close encounter. Pow! Switched off the lights. You should be able to use that. Everything is at stake. Let's see. Flash the slash. Yes, you can do anything. The sky's the limit. Now, let's take this. Wow, you really took that all the way down to the end, in flames. Let's see. Whoa, smell that? Biohazard nearby. It's a wonder some of these up and downs still work. Guess they built machines better in the past. The spent nuclear fuel that Toxanol dumped in the surf had detrimental effects on the marine habitats, while the overflowing landfills contaminated the groundwater. Combined, this sent their world hurtling on an inevitable road to ruin. I need to brush up on my Wando, but I have a feeling he believes it was you that caused... Oh, and he says he knows you. You used to call him Gizmo. He gave you the oil-greased hands when he taught... Gizmo remembers you as a nice kidling, and he can still sense the warmth of your good heart. But Gizmo says how you experience a memory can be different. You know the story, but sometimes the truth... It carries so much hate, and its insatiable hunger has only increased over the years since it claimed revenge on your parents. Gizmo says he also has re-memories from the long gone, but unlike you, he doesn't think of the past, for it's gone. He understands history made Lupa Lupin a big part of your past, your present. You still believe there's some good in everyone. He says you should know that what's meant to be will always find a way, but history shouldn't consume you. Gizmo encourages that. You should forgive, but never forget. It'll provide some comfort to your soul and keep the memory of lost loved ones in your heart.
Fan that flame!
Wait, no! Bright light blinds! It's dangerous.
I've got all the cold, sick burns you need, Dark.
Oh, do you have to insult me over this?
I don't have to. but I want to.
Would like to know if you ever doubt the choices you made on the path that brought you to this point. Would you have been happier going in a different direction? Supposes that's all any of it. Grateful to you for coming back and doing your best to change. Wonders if you liked working with the Myriad. They always seem so centered and so seeking. But that... Gizmo says it's taken a long time to bring the past up to the present, and where you go from here is up to you. You need to set the past aside. He can't leave the underyard as he has no protection against the vacuum in the dead zone. So you need to salvage scrap to upside... You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. That's what he decided to call it after he saw it for the first time. It's big and fluffy. That's accurate enough, if you can see past the blue. There's short of breath and death to this zone. Better take care. He who half breathes, half... There's still time before the dawn. That's the leftover you're looking for. Look at those muscles. Biohazard makes your skin crawl. That's super duper dope. It's more than a little scary down here. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. He says that's enough to get the Mekton functional. You'll have an engine, a fuel soaker, a gun and a gathering net, but no armor, nor enough oxygen supply. He's been working on another project for the Mekton, a cannon, but he... Unfortunately, this means you'll have to venture farther out into the dead... Gizmo thinks he's a little peculiar, but very knowledgeable. He has the ins and outs of all monster and creature. Is your nose bleeding? The grease monkey's mekton is built sturdy, just like himself. Can you imagine how this place used to look before the dead oil flood? Might want to hold your breath before you head any further. You're about to witness the breathtaking vistas of what's known as the Dead Zone. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. The air's too thin here. That over there is Steepo Depot, the cliffside that Moog hangs on to.
Bodse. Inmo. Diava.
Let's see.
Giravabasco. Turupaba. Intabadash.
This one's impressed to see you out here. He figured you'd be dead by now. Not many are as tough and clever as you must be.
Vaksan mar malva cherry.
Claims he goes after the most dangerous game.
Vaksan mar malva cherry.
Moog says that all your power doesn't do you a bit of good if you're not willing to pull the trigger. Choosing what to kill and what to spare are the most...
Dakatnio umumwaka.
You might have a steady aim, but you need to be sure that you pick your targets with care.
Kalba, vaksan u intabadan kamaklai.
It's hard to make those life or death decisions for others, but someone's got to do it. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves, and you know they'll miss.
Kidlo.
Claims he
Dakatnio umumwaka. Waksan markanzegi.
Says it's wild that the world seems to be coming back, but he supposes that means more monsters for him to shoot. Wonders what...
Intabadan waksuva. Kafe.
Says you should give up on working with the stubborn myriad. He keeps trying to put out their lights, and they keep putting up new ones. Says they keep the monsters away. He needs them closer, not farther.
Bodse.
But enough of that, right?
Bodse. Badya analog. Me.
He says the wildlife, nature, has changed and turned against us. Instincts of survival took over when the world changed.
Badya analog.
He's not sure about their veggie diet anymore, and if it's changed, who knows what it's done with the chemical composition of their body output.
Me. Mashako hirsave. Munteo mastula.
Right now, though, he feels he's come to a point where he's got a pretty clear idea on the whereabouts of monsters. Both says as big as they are, the world is bigger. To find where they are, you need to see where they've been. Moog says you must learn to walk before you can run. It takes practice before you can call yourself a monster hunter. Fortunately for you, he can help. He understands you need to start off with something small before you... There's no better place to start than a squip cave. Hunting down a couple of these little critters for yourself should keep you on your toes. Says it's not far at all. Fortunately for you, the scripts seem to have acclimatized themselves to the otherwise uninhabitable dead zone. The underworld is like a whole new frontier. Wait, it's the Scrip hole-up. The place is just filled with critters. Itchy trigger finger. Once the volatilization from the nuclear waste evaporated, a volatile gas rose through the soil and infested structures, even Toxanol's own buildings. So, in a way, they caused their own death. Oh, idea. Go knock the lid off that sludge truck. It'll fill the place up and you can get up to that entrance there. A critter for you. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Let's go gunslinging ding-dong. There are tough times ahead, no matter where you go. Think of all the things you can cut with this. That's going to help. In the old world, roads like this really led somewhere. Now, most of them lead to disaster. Imagine that. You could just go to a place like this to get a proper meal back in the old world. Hot metal. What's your choice? Dying? These steel legs were made for walking. behind those metal gears? Some places a Mekton just can't go. Just point it in the right direction. Keep on walking. A Mekton makes such a long-legged ride. A hero has to stand on its own. There's a place and time for everything, but for that city scenario, it's already come and gone. You can always danger ditch, right? Fresh air. Roll out. Time to do it on your own. The dark makes a fine place to hide. He says that's enough scripts to sustain the Mekton's claw crane cannon with infinite ammunition. Well done. That's the special weapon he made to store the scripts in the Mekton. It will be strong enough to launch them at the... Gizmo's made vehicles before to confront the Jumbo Puff himself, but failed. But this time, it's different. The Mekton will... It's time to put a stop to the World Eater now. Otherwise, he fears the damage it's caused to the tree already will be too much to handle. He asks you to not even think about taking on the Jumbo Puff on foot. You'll need the Mekton to do the job. There's time to improve the Mekton before you confront the Puff. There are more wreck boxes out in the dead zone with gear you should... Gizmo wants to help if he can. Didn't that... Gizmo wants to help if he can. Says you... Put one robot foot in front of the other. What a glorious ride. Let's see. If you're tired, maybe find a place to rest. Let's see. That city scenario has seen better days, but now those days are gone. Not much left of that one. You're bruised. Wow. That's going to leave a mark. Ooh-wee, that's biohazard. Feeling stronger every day. coming soon, because it's awfully dark right now. The grotto. It's deep enough to explore. You're harmed. You'll get there with time. Wild headgear. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. You're hurt bad. rely on technology all the time. Feels lonely here. Even the air is gone. Mount up. That's a jumbo puff with an appetite. Ain't no fuzz. Better put an end to it before it ends our world. The jumbo puff is kicking it up a notch. It's time for an electric performance. bad feeling about this. It goes all the way down to the stomach. Start like a snack, and you'll end up with a ride down the intestinal canal. That's too close to the... Better pumped out than flushed down. Don't let it happen again. What a super-sized wormwood. That must be as big as they come. You see, it's what's on the inside that counts. That meaty Taurus is already offbeat. End it. Look at you, all pooped out. From this point on, there's no way forward but going back in. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Taurus is pumping at half a beat. You know what to do. Look at you, all pooped out. From this point on, there's no way forward but going back in. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. Look at you, all pooped out. From this point on, there's no way forward but going back in. That's too close to the end station. Better move up and away, or be swept out the bowel way. The Taurus is pumping at half a beat. You know what to do. Who would have guessed it would go down with a throw-up? Can it really get any better than that?
What?
He thanks you for dealing with the first World Eater. It's a start.
Buka, no sada. Kira ka tingin hiram.
You should go see Out of Date and find out what you can about the machine he's named the Ark.
Galamat sa mofete? What?
You're good-hearted enough, so you'll have no problem getting him to
Lapanan aging kaman. Manes sleng yok.
He trusts you no... There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place for rest and That's a mind monitor from the days gone. A device that blip-screened smart matter. Wouldn't be surprised if it still works. Looks like the inputters need to be linked to get the mind monitor to boot up. Just a few moves left. Make them count. The wrong state of mind matters too. The inputters need to be linked to boot the mind monitor. It's mind over matter, software over hardware. Success is peace of mind. Finders keepers. Super effective. You're half dead. Lethal weapons. Socket. Hack and slash. Half-lifed. Shot. That's some sharp wood scrap there. Watch for splinters. So much damage. Right in the face. Fired up. Wow, that's good stuff. You're low on health. The deep cut. At least you got something for your trouble. Go on, catch it. You've been working out.